Good morning, or good evening, or good afternoon. Let's begin today's stream, the second this week. And yesterday, I think we got quite a lot done. Compath, I have no idea. How long are yours? So, let's see here. Yesterday's stream centered initially a lot around, let's see here, terrain base, terrain patch, around trying to sync the different terrain patches. So it has been a problem for the last two streams, I think, since terraforming got implemented, that how one would actually sync the edges of terrain patches. So if we take a look at the landscape or environment here, we can see that it consists of multiple patches. 8 times 8 actually, so what is it, 64. And getting these to sync at the edges was a little bit of a problem, because the fact is that each of these patches has their own height map and their own mesh and things like that. And initially we had, so if the height map was 16 times 16, we had 17 times 17 vertices. So in each direction we had one more vertex than pixels, and that was because we placed the vertices at the intersections of pixels. That was the first thing we fixed. I think it was last Friday. But we cleaned it up yesterday, so now we have as many vertices as pixels, which means that each vertex belongs to one pixel. And this made it easier, or this would make it easier to sync height maps, which was the initial idea. So the edges of height maps would sync with its neighbors. But eventually we just figured out that if the initial terrain generation is done in such a way that they become synced, and the terraforming is implemented in such a way that we always terraform pixels at the same world position the same, then we shouldn't have to worry about syncing them, and that seems to be the case. So right now we use Unity Mathematics to just get some Perlin noise to generate some randomized landscape. And we have moved on to the terraforming. But before we do anything today, we are going to clean up the code. So right now we have been working a lot with terrain, so terrain base, terrain data container, terrain patch, and terrain patch mesh data. This is a struct that explains, or that describes, our terrain data. Right now we have them stored as vector 3s and vector 4s for tangent and vector 2 for UV, which is pretty heavy. So for instance, position takes up 32 times 3 bits, 32 times 3, 32 times 4, and 32 times 2. We're gonna look into optimizing this. I'm gonna add it as a task. This one is done, by the way. Because a lot of magic could be done. Or a lot of space could be saved here, and it can be saved thanks to the fact that our mesh is a grid, so we don't need this high of a precision. I wonder, however, if it could be possible to store the X and Y position, or X and Z position, in 1 byte, or maybe even less, to be honest, and then store the Y position as a float 16 maybe, or maybe even 32. Normal, I think we need quite high precision, maybe not 32 per direction or per channel, or per dimension, I would say. And tangent we can definitely do with way less. We don't even need UV, to be honest. If we need UV in a shader later on, we can pretty much calculate it in the shader using position and a variable we send in, a instanced variable or an instance property to the shader. So that should be easy. Good morning, Harukanan. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday so far, and you too, Cooler SK. So optimize here, we're going to reduce the number of memory needed for terrain patch mesh data. Properties, is there a difference between properties and variables? I don't know. But this one we're gonna leave as it is for now. Ooh, yes. This one as well. I think this is actually an optimization. So I wonder though, so it might be the classical question of memory versus speed. Changing this to class might affect our memory more, at least our big scope memory, but changing it to class will allow us to not having to recreate these every time we change one of these. But I wonder, worst case scenario, it might be that we have these values duplicated in memory. I don't know exactly how, because what we do here is mesh filter mesh set vertex buffer data, and we use this one. So it might just be that we set up pointers, I don't know. But I think this is something we want to do. So we're gonna remove that from the code, and we're going to add it to the GitHub issue. And I'm gonna put it under optimization actually. Okay, but for now we're gonna leave this as is, and let's jump to terrain base. What do we have here? We have a lot of to do. Rename. First of all, we don't need these anymore. These were used to test a couple of things previously. So previously this one was used to create the initial terrain. Now we use a where do we have it? Oh yeah, that's one thing we're gonna optimize as well. Right now we use a Dot Card, thank you so much for follow, appreciate it. Right now we use, this is a mess, we're gonna clean this up, but we have it before, yeah, we have it up here. Yeah, right now when we alter the terrain data, or when we first instantiate the terrain data, we do it with generate terrain data. Here we go. Fuck, I should really show. Can't we show? I think this one is. Generate. Okay, so right now we create a new terrain data container and we send in a lot of information. And within this one we create a Perlin noise texture generator here with width, height, generation offset and so on. So we pretty much have one per terrain data container. I'm thinking of altering this in such a way that we have one of them for each or we have one for the terrain base, and then we just add that, or we send that into terrain patch when it's time to generate it. Yeah, definitely want to do that. I wonder, however, if do I have an issue for this? For Perlin noise? Don't think I do. Implement Perlin noise texture generator. Yeah, let's create a separate issue for this one. But we can't name it implement Perlin noise texture generator or texture generators because we already have created them. So let's do improve. And we actually have two, if I don't misremembering. Yeah, I think we have two different texture generators. We have one texture generator for converting gradients, so Unity gradients, to a texture, to automate that. Generators, gradient texture generator and Perlin noise texture generator. Improve texture generators. So we have Perlin noise texture generator. And gradient texture generator, I think. Implemented in, or initially in, what was it? Actually, let's wait with writing this one after we have converted it to an issue. Grass, implement procedural grass, there we go. First of all, we're gonna clean it up. Extend to allow for see here. Extend to allow for subtextures to be generated. So the idea here is right now when we create the texture generators, we create them with a height and a width, and those height and widths are actually the height and width of the texture. And they are, if I remember correctly, I think they are used maybe, I'm not sure about that, but maybe it's still okay. But we wanna diversify the generation so we can allow for more. So subtextures to be generated, pretty much. Diverse the generation or Perlin noise value getter to allow for straightforward. Good morning, Ferda. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday so far. Okay, so we're gonna do that. We might even begin with this one actually, because this is a so-called endpoint, I guess. So terrain base depends on terrain patch, and terrain patch depends on terrain data container, and terrain data container depends on the texture generator. I don't think and we're gonna do it like this first of all, because I don't want to alter this one too much. This one is only used by the procedural grass right now, and procedural grass is at an acceptable state. We're gonna do some altering to that later, and when we do that, that's when we're gonna change this one. Compath, you have a relaxing voice. Thank you, appreciate it. But it's up and down. Depends on how excited I am. Okay, so that is probably what we're gonna do first, actually. So this one. Terrain patch. Yeah, terrain patch is a big mess right now. We can start by just we can start by just removing the comments, I think, to do cleanup and make consistent. This is for the whole one. If I want to stop being addicted to video games and learn to code in Python or work with computers, how do I stop being a degen? That's a hard question. And why not both? Like, I like to develop and I'm addicted to games. I would say that for me, my addiction to games was actually the way in to development. Like, I started getting interested in how games were actually made, how they were working under the hood. So starting to experiment with things like that. Modding for games is a good way to start, I've heard. But I just don't put in the time. Yeah, that's relatable as well. I've said it multiple times, and I know that a lot of people say the same things, but don't rely on motivation, rely on discipline. So just get that discipline working, and it will eventually come. And no problem at all, no problem at all. Hope it helps a little bit, and good luck. So let's see here, what have you commented out? Update vertex data within circle. Yeah, this we want to keep, because this is how we're going to do it after this. Right now we only have this. Modding Minecraft over on YouTube, crazy in love with flight simulators. Ooh, I love it. Like, I have this... I wouldn't call it an obsession, but I'm also extremely interested in airplanes. I think airplanes are amazing. Like, how the fuck did we manage to get those big, heavy things to fly as good as they actually are? But I'm also extremely afraid of flying. And I've been eyeing starting playing Microsoft Flight Simulator for a long time. Never did the jump, however. But it seems like a lot of fun. This one we have simplify and clean up. The best thing here would be if, instead of solving this problem with if and else if statements, if we could just do it with some modulus magic, pretty much. I wonder, however... It should be possible. Definitely should be possible. Although I am a little bit shaky when it comes to modulus and negative values. What is the implementation? C# modulo negative. It's melting my brain. Yeah, I hear you. I wonder if this one is the best solution. Yeah, maybe it's time to implement an additional math function here. Like our own math class. So let's see here, if this is -1, what we get here is -1, then we plus this one. Let's see, 4, 3, 1, 0, 2, 1, 0, -1, 2. So originally this is -2, yeah. I definitely want that. Yeah, let's begin with that today. So what do we have? MISC, assigners, constraints, extensions, no. Do I want to go with the classical name of helpers? Helper functions. Not a big fan of that name, but math extra. Could just go with, if we're using namespace, we could just name it math, to be honest. Yeah, so we want to do this. And let's rename this one to math. And public int would probably like to do this with floats as well later on, but let's start with int, and then we name it positive mod. And xm, yeah, maybe that's good naming. And we just return this. Oh yeah. So we should be able to do terrain patch. return new vector to int let's see here. Oh yeah, we have Unity, we have, so this is because native array, I think. But the question is, do we use native array here? Yeah, I don't know. Native array, I wonder if we can remove this one. Do we get any errors? Yeah, we do. We haven't. Yeah, we have the native array here. Sorry. Using, and then I wonder, will we get any namespace collisions if we do? I wonder if I want to do it like game, and then we use, so in wrapped here we do helper functions dot math positive mod. So this is for x. Here we do x resolution. But that's not all. We need to do one offset as well, since our height maps are repeated in the columns and rows, or edges that is. So I just have to go through this in my head. So given 0, resolution 0, this should be pretty much this. So if it's equal to resolution, we should get 0. Do here, but we actually want +1 as well. So, ooh, yes. We want +1 and -1. So I wonder, oh, that's unfortunate. Can we still solve it with modulus though? If we do resolution, is this offset going to destroy this very nice way of doing it? It all comes down to the fact that this can result in 0 or length, or it can result in 0 and resolution. Or actually, not resolution, but resolution -1. This one screws us over. Let's see, can we do a custom implementation here? The fact is that for the positive direction, I think we can solve it by just doing resolution -1 here. I think. Can we do that for the negative as well? Or actually, no. Or? Let's see here, what do we want? We want X equal to 0. So if we have 0 and resolution -1, we don't do anything. Then we just want those values. But if we have -1, we want to get the result we want to do is resolution -2, I think. And X is equal to resolution. Then we want 1. Just do 1. That's pretty much how we want this modulus to work, because we want to jump over 0 and resolution -1. And the problem here is that here we want to add 1, here we want to remove 1 extra. But shouldn't it be possible with just... What would resolution -1 here yield? It would screw up if we have -1. Then we do get resolution -2, right? And if we have resolution, we get 1. The only thing here is that it screws up I don't know if it's possible without doing if X is less than 0 or X is bigger than resolution -1, then we return this one. Otherwise X. Like, I don't know. Good morning, I'm me. I just want to see those helper functions.math pushed into a math extension class. Yeah, maybe that would be a better option. I do want to. Is this the cleanest way we can do it? So leave unharmed if these, if this is true, do positive mod. If not, just return X. Is this the cleanest way we can do it? Unfortunately, I think so, since we have this. So it's pretty much if X is equal to 0, 0, if X is equal to resolution -1, resolution -1. But if it's -1, we want to wrap it around, -1. And if it's resolution, we want to wrap it around but 1. Yeah. Otherwise, why? Yeah, let's see what we get here. Fuck, I both love and hate modular mathematics. Yo, 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 Arthdev Life, what's up? And thank you for the raid. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Any progress on the Twitch game? I wonder... Okay, I'm me extending math, definitely want to do it, but I wonder if we want to extend math F actually. So let's see if we can do that. So that would include... It was good, bit of a short stream, but progress is good. Nice, nice to hear. So... Yeah, let's do it. Let's move it to extension. And... extend it. And what do we have? Let's take a look at this one. So let's do namespace game.extensions, I would say. And then we want to do this is not really an extension though. Do we have extension here? Extension methods. Yeah, I want to rename this one as well. Yeah, that's not really an extension either. Let's see. Ooh, this doesn't bode well. Arthdev Live starting to create the core mechanics such as controlling the character and collecting items. Nice. During, like when you're developing it right now, do you have like a test version running at the same time? Like, could I as a viewer on your stream control anything at this moment? Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, I just showed how unused I am to extending. Thanks. So we want to do this. But system math. Let's see. You can't extend an already static class that way. You can only extend it. Okay, so I guess we couldn't extend that according to this, but So I guess the best case would do to do game extensions. Let's see here. We could do it like extend int C#. I think we could extend int, right? Like we could do it like this. This is the type of extension I'm used to. ArtDev Live only when I hit play mode in Unity. So as soon as you hit play mode in Unity, the chat can start sending commands. Is that it? That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. So right now it's not in a stable state to do it, but in the future you could. Very nice. Okay, we could leave it as is, although I mentioned earlier, like, it's not the cleanest way, or we could like extend integer like something like this, right? Double me. Yeah, but although I like this. Let's see. Wow. Okay, so this doesn't work. That's unfortunate. Actually, I think we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna do it halfway. We're gonna do game extensions math positive mod. Let's see. I think I want to rename this one. We don't use helper functions. We use using game. We have extensions. And then we just clean this one up to, what is it, math extension. Oops. Yeah. Like best case scenario, when I started implementing this, like I would have loved something like being able to do a solution -1. So define custom operators or something like this. Would be hella cool, but hella unreadable for outside eyes, I think. Yeah, a bit more straightforward. But let's see, the biggest question here is, do the math hold? So this one is used a lot by Hmm. When we calculate the normals, so let's see if the normals look kind of like they looked before. We'll leave it like this for now. This is it's pretty enough. Although, like for this specific case, would have loved to be able to only do this. Maybe we can. Actually, do I want to hide this shit? In a function as well. We can keep it like this. Let's see if it works first of all. Oh yeah, and we have one problem. Some kind of wrapped around and clamped function or something. Yeah, that sounds good. I need to remember also now when we're in the cleanup phase of this class that this one, it still seems like we have a problem of properly releasing this one, and it's been bothering me for a while. We have this one, mesh data dispose. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be called every time. We have... It could be... Okay. It could be... I wonder if we have a scenario where I'm in play mode, so we play around, we have native array allocated, and then I change the code, so which result in recompilation, which fucks up the currently played state, so we get a lot of errors. And if we quit that play mode, I wonder if this one is not being called then, and that's when we skip doing mesh data disposed, because we like that's one scenario I think could lead to it, but after no, it's not. Even on application quit might not get called when your app e.g. crashes for some reason. Okay. That sucks. If you don't want to make sure if we're giving free for connection. So it is guaranteed to be called even if the app was terminated due to crash as soon as the garbage collector automatically does its job. Is that actually the best solution? I would love to be able to rely on this more, I think. For any of the above reasons. Ooh. Like, what this tells me is that we can't rely on this one. Okay, like if we do on disable, like that solves my problem, which is specifically this one for now. But I don't want to call it for these. So it would look something like this. Let's see here. Private void on this. Don't we have that one? Or am I? On disable. Okay, so I guess they figured out that they needed another one. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's do this for now. Note. In certain scenarios, for instance, if scripts are recompiled, very unfortunate. In future, because we don't want to release this one if we deactivate the object. So we want to check if the object is deactivated. If it is, we don't dispose it. If it's not, then we have this scenario and then we dispose it. On disable, for my Unity version, it seems to not be supported. So this seems to be one of the newer monobehavior functions. No, it's a thing all the way, you. What do you mean? Wait, we did we have it? Yeah, 22.3, here we have it. It's core. Okay, I just find it weird. On disable, we don't get a warning. 21.2, that's when we get the warning. What do we have? 22.3. Is that so? I hope you're right. That's extremely odd. Okay, if so, on disable and on enable are core. Okay, I'm a big fan of that. So what I want to do is mesh data. Let's take a look at native array Unity. I appreciate it. I'm me. I'm gonna rely on it. We're gonna go with it. is created. Okay, so I think is created if mesh data dot is created, then we do return. No, then we do dispose. And we want to do a similar thing here, but we want to do if okay, let's see here. Here, okay, so this is true. If we set it to active to false, enable to false, disabled. I pretty much just want to do it for this one. Let's just, but the problem is if our object is set to false, I guess we could do, let's do this. I guess I want to fail safe against this, so on enable and on disable. So here we do if mesh data dot is created. Actually, let's just do okay. Jesus, mesh data dot dispose. Okay, let's keep it like this. So the problem here is if we disable the terrain for some reason during playtime, we're gonna release this one, and then when we enable it, we're probably gonna continue using it like nothing. But let's see here. Call order. On enable awake. When do we actually call this one? Native array mesh data. We instantiate it here. We want to dispose it here as well, actually. Cowshell, hey, sorry, just joined. What is it that we're making? Generally speaking, a creature collecting game and management. More specifically, we're doing terrain and terraforming, and even more specifically, we're cleaning up the code we have currently. And Whitworthy, I just found out your devlogs today and watched through them, while coincident this stream started right after. Thank you, appreciate it. Appreciate you watching. I love the presentation and very clean modular design of the thing. Appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully I will get some devlogs out again soon. It's just the ever reoccurring problem of time. Hang out, see if you hope, yeah, like it rings a bell. I have used on enable, previously on disable I have not, and yeah, the docs are broken. That's weird as hell. Like the formatting here, like we'll see. So, like, we have to be extra careful with this native array because we allocate it as persistent. That means the cleanup of it is all up to us. So we're gonna do this actually. We're gonna create a private method. Private void allocate mesh data native array. We're gonna be extremely explicit and we're gonna do int length and allocate, and then we're gonna have a void deallocate mesh data native array, and we're gonna move this code down to this one. Gotcha. Watch one of your cell shading videos, been subscribed since then. Appreciate it. On enable / disable are essential for subscribing to other events. Yeah, like this one right here. Let's go to 21.2. Okay, it seems to be just an error by switching the version here. You always get this warning message for some reason. Extremely weird. And good morning, Fabik. I'm doing good, thank you for asking. How about you? The progress is going forward. It's more of a cleanup phase now, but we need to clean this shit up before we extend it even more because it's a mess. So let's move this one to deallocate, and because we're gonna add a private void on enable as well, and I'm gonna show what we're gonna do there. But then I want to move mesh data native array. Here we're gonna do allocate mesh data native array. Length is going to be mesh data length. Although I wonder, yeah, we used that one here as well. Let's just do mesh data. First of all, here I want to do a deallocate. So if we have one and we try to allocate a new one, we want to deallocate the old one. And let's skip doing a temporary mesh data length here. Let's just do, I think we should be able to do the multiplication in here, and fuck, do I do, never mind, let's keep it. They hate your version of Unity. Maybe, let's see. If we just do, now we're on 22.3, we don't have the warning. Let's do, I wonder if it fucks up if we just go to 23.2. Yeah, it pretty much fucks up for, oh, is it for every version that is not green? This version of Unity is unsupported. What the hell is this? So supported legacy. Okay, so you get this version for every legacy version of Unity. Maybe then that makes sense. It's unsupported. It's just a warning. Maybe it makes sense, and it's not broken at all. It's just a little bit hard to decipher. What's up, Skulltag? No issues yet, but it's nice having you on standby. Just woke up. I'm getting better at waking up early to catch your stream. Nice to hear. Appreciate it. Okay. So now we have a dedicated... Now we have a dedicated allocate mesh data native array method and a deallocate mesh data native array. No, for Unity 6 it works. So here we don't have a warning. I think it's a warning, and it's just to say that the documentation you're reading now, or the version of Unity you're reading the documentation for right now, is legacy and not supported. So 22.3, which is supported, doesn't have it. 22.1 has it. 6,000, version 6,000 doesn't have it. So yeah. And we have this one as well, because what I want to do here now is on destroy, we want to deallocate it if it exists. On disable, we do want to deallocate it if it exists. But the problem with on this disable is if this user is correct, and I tend to trust people a lot, so I'm going to trust him as well, or her, then we get this one called for all of these, but we are pretty much only interested in this one. And this means that as soon as we disable our component, we release the deallocate mesh data native array. We could do a check here, however. Yeah, we just want to do a check here, don't we? But I wonder... Okay, so here's the problem. If we're in play mode and we recompile the scripts, we have made some change, errors start spawning, and we quit play mode. Previously, this was not called. This time around, when we have on disable, it will be called. Okay, but with the current solution, if we disable the game object, this will be called as well, and we want to avoid that. So we could do something like if, I don't know what it is, active or whatever it is, then do this. Or like, if it's not active, don't do this. But then we will have a scenario where we play around in play mode, we disable the terrain, so we don't do this. Then we get recompilation errors, and then we quit Unity, and that means we're not going to do this. And that means that we have memory left hanging, and yeah. Yes, we could check for play mode. That would probably be the best one. Like, what is it? Application dot play is play mode is playing, something like that. It's a delicate. Is playing lowercase, yes. Let's see here. So does this one return false if we're not playing? Like, my question is, does this one change before onDisable is called? I don't guess we have... I'm gonna hope it is, because then we do if application is not playing. So we alter the scripts, errors start spawning, we quit the editor, this one gets called, is playing is false, we deallocate. So that means if we just disable this one but application is still playing, we don't call this one. So when the mesh is disabled, you don't want to deallocate the mesh. Exactly. Like, I want to be able to disable my terrain and then enable it later on without this mesh data native array being reset. But if we quit... Actually, I think there's a chance that this works, and I'm gonna hope that it does and just continue on now. If we notice that we have loose memory again, we will get back to this one. This should work, right? Any kind of build player, or when called in editor mode in play mode. Or actually returns true when called in any kind of build player or when called in the editor in play mode. Let's try it. Pre-processor, like pre-compiler, or... It's a weird problem to have this one, but let's see. Okay, and what we're seeing here as well, we're seeing this banding here, is because our new unwrap method does not work. Just want to keep that out there. Let's see. And let's quit. And let's see what did is playing. Let's start playing. Is playing true. True. Okay. Unfortunate. So we're exiting play mode. Application is playing is still true, so this won't work. But what if, let's see here, let's clear this, and let's put it to the real test. Enter play mode. Recompiling. We get a lot of errors. We quit. Playing is still true. A native collection has not been disposed, resulting in a memory leak. Okay, so here we can also see that we get the memory leak. We get the memory leak before... Oh, actually, never mind. Let's see. Yeah, is playing true. Okay, that's good. See, so is playing. Before we get the memory leak, this one is executed. We just don't have the correct check here. and we get a memory leak. So I want to test if we do this. I really want to get rid of this memory leak, even though it's like it's a recompilation dependent problem, so I could just stop altering my scripts while in play mode. But I'm gonna do that by mistake multiple times, and this builds up. So yesterday we actually had, like, they all get added to each other, so Unity became extremely slow and eventually resulted in a crash. So if I could get rid of this, it would be amazing. So if we now do play, and we recompile, I wonder if okay. Visual information. This is not related to our new problem. Value cannot be null. Also not related to our current problem. So I think, yeah, I think by doing this, we don't get a memory leak when we exit play mode. But. But if we do environment, disable, enable. Whoa. Yeah, we don't use that one after. Okay. So the problem now is probably, yes, that we have deallocated the deallocated the mesh data. So if we would be to terraform after the fact, we would get an issue, I think. Actually, let's pause. Let's put the character at, what is it, 10? And if we do, yeah, if we try to terraform here, we get an issue. We get has been deallocated, and okay, I much prefer having that issue over leaked memory. Like, this is going to happen way less often, if at all, like enabling and disabling the terrain. So actually, do we have, can't you just use temp job for the native array list? So you mean, couldn't we just do allocator dot temp here? I think we had that at the start, but the fact is that when we do, because we're gonna alter it later on. So like when we do terraforming, we use the mesh data. like when we alter the position of a vertex, we still only get it when you need it. But like having an allocator temporary, then I guess we would have to re-instantiate every time we want to change it, pretty much, right? You could always go super crazy and cache the disable time and dispose on a coroutine. But yeah, I want persistent here because I want to keep this one in the class here, and I want to use it. I want to reuse it instead of deallocating, allocating. I want to so the current workflow when we change the terrain is, so this one represents the terrain, and when we do terraforming, we change this one, and then we call set vertex buffer data with this one to like transform the data to the mesh filter in question. Set vertex buffer data. The question is, because I want to rely on whoa. The question is, set the vertex buffer data and set vertex buffer data. This one relies on you having a external data array or native array. But if we could do get native vertex buffer pointer, interesting. This would be the better use, the better approach, I think, if we want to do this. In that case, you should put the deallocation in on destroy. Yeah, that is unfortunately one of the causes for our problem. This one is not being called if we're in play mode, recompile, and then exit play mode. Then this one doesn't get called, unfortunately. Like if we only rely on this one, we get the memory leak errors. But so what this one gives me a little bit of a hope that we might rely on a temporary mesh data when we initially create the mesh, and then when we do set vertex buffer data and stuff like that, we could possibly do it with a pointer instead, so we rely on the data that the mesh holds, which would save us probably both space and time, to be honest. But that's a big if we can do it with this. So get native vertex buffer pointer. This should give us a pointer to the vertex buffer data, and thanks to us setting, where do we set it? Here we do. No. Here we do set vertex buffer parameters. We set it to this length, and we set it to be of this attribute descriptor. So we have this data. So I wonder, is it this type of data we get back? That's definitely something we could do, because if we could get that working, if we could alter the mesh directly using the pointer instead of relying on this method, then we could change mesh data to temporary. So we just instantiate it here, fill it up, move it all over the full chunk to the mesh in question, and then on when we do terraforming, we just alter the mesh data directly, pretty much. So no go in between. Let's see here. Definitely want to put that one up there. Implement terrain terraforming. I probably want to do it in or explore if it's possible to rely on actually, let's keep it like this then. Okay, let's do this. Dot get and then we should also be able to add one of these. Help me understand, sir. You're holding the terrain data in a persistent native array. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's go through it. So in terrain patch, we have a native array that holds the mesh data. So when we create the mesh, we create it we create a mesh, we set up how the mesh should be represented when it comes to data, and then we start by filling up then we allocate the native array, and then we work with the native array all the time until it's time to set the actual mesh data in the mesh. And then we call set vertex buffer data with our native array here, and we just copy the full native array to the mesh here. When we alter things later on, we alter the mesh data, and then we call set vertex buffer data. So it's like we have one native array which we work with at all times, and then we just copy the affected data to the mesh. Like, this is all new to me, so it might be wrong, but if we go to mesh and we do I think so all the examples here, if I remember correctly, was with native array, so that was pretty much the go-to. That's why we worked with native arrays. And later on we're hopefully going to introduce burst and offload this to a separate thread. So initially we picked native array because it seems to be the standard way of doing it, but also in a way of future-proofing, you know, if we were to introduce jobs and burst. I hope it clears it up a little bit. And like, this is not usually how I alter meshes, or how I have altered meshes in the past, so this is new to me. Yeah, that's true. We could opt for a list or array as well here. You're correct. You are correct. Kaushal, for the editor, do you want to try the on-application quit callback to deallocate? I could do that one as well. Like, the problem is yeah, actually, one sec. Yes, okay, so the idea later on is, oh, it doesn't work with that one, okay. Let's see. So, the idea is that when we alter the terrain, like, the idea or one approach to it has always been to offload this work to a separate thread. And that's also one argument to keep mesh data. So we I don't know, like, this is still pretty experimental, but like, if you want to change this one on a separate thread, and when that is done, because you want to do all of these calculations, it's a lot of heavy lifting, and when all of that is done, that's when we put it back to the main thread and let the main thread call these two lines. We'll see. I would opt you, sir, to only use native containers for job burst, only if yeah, but would it be a good thing to utilize burst or jobs when it comes to terraforming? And let's see, Cram. I'd love to see a video update of the game sometime. I can imagine what it's like now from the last video. It's a few steps ahead, but not that much. We're gonna get some devlogs out there soon, I hope. Kaushal, now since this fix is for the editor only, you can put the on-application quit block inside. Oh yeah, you mean so we would do on-application quit, and then we do so we would do something like this. And by doing it only like this, we wouldn't have to rely on this one. Now, I agree 100% with you, Fabic. Like, the idea is, or it's still very much experimental. I want to future-proof a tiny bit when we're going to experiment with jobs and burst. I choose to work with native arrays here because that was what the example of this method used. It's not much more thought behind it than that. If we would not do jobs or burst later on, then it would probably be best to just use a simple array here instead and let, like, offload the memory managing from my shoulders to whatever, C# or whatever it is. Right. Let's see if this works as well. And I also want to put optimize experiment or introduce yeah, and then I also want to introduce and experiment with a jobs solution, and we can do if opting to use a non-burst jobs solution, change the native array usage to just array. I think array as opposed to list. To remove some of the memory allocation, deallocation. To remove the memory allocation, deallocation stuff. Not gonna lie, I'm not liking the on destroy on application exit. Remember what I told you, sir. Every Unity function, start, update, etc. add a little bit of an overhead. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But I do so very much want to, like, we need this. We need this to get away from the memory leakage. Fifth function, what's up? Thank you so much for the raid, appreciate it. Hope you had a nice stream. Like, when it all comes down to it. So, let's just summarize. We have a lot of balls in the air right now, or whatever the saying is. Let's try if this one works. If it does, we can leave it like this for now. It's just to remove the memory leakage during I'm not even sure if we want the Unity editor only here. We might remove this pre-compiler stuff. But okay, so currently the implementation relies on native array. It relies on native array because the example used native array, hence I use native arrays. Okay, if we introduce burst or jobs, then we want to keep it as native array, I think. It's my current understanding. If we don't, we might opt to change it native array to array, simplify stuff. But there also exists one different way we can get away with the native array, and that would be if we just relied on the... So if we just altered the mesh data in its array, or like if we just altered the mesh data directly instead of going the roundabout of using a native array. So if we could get this to work, that would be nice. Although if we don't have a like native array that works as a go-between, we might get race conditions and issues concerning race conditions when doing this in a separate thread. So that's just a tiny thing we need to keep in mind. Right. Actually, I think I would like to we just do it like this. If this solves the issue, I'm okay with having just this one and not this one. Can probably remove this one as well, to be honest. So, what do we have? I also want to do... Yeah, okay. So the whole thing we're gonna test here is... We're gonna play this, and then we're going to recompile the scripts, and then we're gonna quit play mode and see if we get a memory leak issue. So love it. And then we quit. Okay, we have a lot of issues here. Yeah, these are unrelated. Maybe I should get to those as well. Yeah, we still have the memory leak here. So doing this solution, so this one is never called if we're in play mode, recompile, and then quit play mode. Then this one is not called. This one, however, is. It's a very specific use case, this. It's just... Yeah. I wonder... Yeah, on application quit. Something's probably related here. This one we know works, and I'm just going to keep it like this for now. So we're going to, if we disable it, we're going to deallocate it. That's how it's going to be for now. Okay, let's continue this one. And as we can see, this one does not yield the result we were hoping for. So this is not equal to this. I do wonder why though. If it's less than 0 or bigger than resolution -1, then we do this. If we have a value of resolution here, we do positive modulus with resolution -1. That means that we will get 1. Isn't that the case? So does it work in some directions and not in some other? Yeah, that's true. It works in... Oh yeah. So it works. The logic is correct. It's just that this one is wrong. Because I think doing this is a little bit nicer than doing all of this. Introducing... yeah. And now I actually got a Unity editor crash. Hopefully related to the memory we have leaked so far this stream. I want to see... Okay, nice. Okay, no lines. Okay, so before we continue the cleanup here, I just have to run AFK real quick. Just need to turn on a couple of washing machines. So be right back, a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So, back to cleanup. Let's see. This one, a tiny bit simplified now. Simplifying cleanup. I don't know if we simplified it, but we cleaned it up. And yeah, let's remove those. Fabric Nice doing laundry on company time. Yeah, it's one of the both positive and negative things of working from home, right? Let's see. So basically what we do here is we just get a patch neighbor. Yeah. Not entirely sure we could simplify this, or can we? It's basically come down to we get a terrain patch by X and Y coordinates. If it's bigger than resolution, we could do divided by an I, and I don't know. I don't even know if it's that much cleaner, to be honest. But we could just do what if mathf dot floor x divided by resolution. Can we do floor to int? So if x is equal to resolution, we get 1 here. We want to get 2. So if it's resolution, we're past it, so we get 1 here. So that gives us 2, so it's the same as this one. If this one is less than 0, so if this is -1, we get minus 0.001 or something like that, and floor to int negative values should floor to -1, right? So that's correct. And then we just do the same with the y. And here we do this check, because if this neighbor here is null, i.e. this patch doesn't have a neighbor to the right, then we just return itself. But Yeah. Alright, Fabik, appreciate the lurk mode and enjoy that breakfast. Okay, I want to see if this works. First of all, also we have set neighbor here and we can see all this mess here. This was us, or mainly me, yesterday experimenting with getting the edges to sync, and thanks to a clever solution at generation and terraforming, we don't need that. Okay, let's see if it works now with the latest changes here. Small iterations. Lurk mode is boss. Yeah, so I've heard, so I've heard. Okay, so that did not quite work. I wonder, however, it didn't work in any direction. Yeah, maybe we want to do resolution -1. Floor to int. Let's just take a double look. Prince 11. Oh yeah, that's how we want it to work. Get terrain patch I j+1 height, get index wrapped. I don't know. The only reason I could see is that we need to do resolution -1, but that doesn't make... Or does it? If it's bigger or equal to resolution, add 1. If it is equal to resolution, we get 1. Ooh, int. There we go. Could it be? Could it be? Oh yeah, because we do this as well. Extremely happy not seeing memory leaks every time we quit. What? What? Not entirely sure about this. There we go. Okay. In what world? So if we do, okay, this works. Is there really a... So if we skip these parentheses, does this have precedence? So this is an int divided by int. What could we get? Could this result in 2? Float x comes first. Yeah, it should, right? But why? Float x comes first. That is what I thought as well, but... okay, it works. I guess it just didn't recompile when I commented this one out. Okay, so here we have this solution as well. A little bit more compact. Tiny bit harder to read, maybe. But I'd rather go with this approach than the previous one. So here we removed 4 branches, I guess it is. Okay. Set layers, set materials, set terrain data. Here we can probably not do much more. This one we're going to clean up soon. Dimensions float. Our additional calculation done by... Interesting. Oh, yeah. To create meshes from C# jobs and burst. Unity compiler and editor sometimes seems to get off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've noticed it a few times. It doesn't happen that often, but sometimes, like, changes doesn't recompile correctly, or aren't included in the... Or maybe it just skips recompilation altogether. Okay, so this is related to jobs and burst. Let's put... actually we can do... we do explore, yes, explore, what was it? Allocate writable mesh data, and then apply and dispose writable mesh data. Yes. Although for this solution I don't think we need this. Test routine, we're going to do something different in the future, so we can remove that one. Okay, so now the question is, do we have, or what is the short command for VS Code shortcut for getting calls of function or method? I don't know. Control F12. Okay, great. And if it's 0, we don't get any. Is that how it works? Ah, okay, Visual Studio. VS Code. Shift F12. Okay. Zero, yeah. Alter Mesh Collider cooking options. I don't know. Let's keep that one. I think all of these alter methods were just used for testing previously. Alter skip collider. Yeah, and I just hate the idea of having both this one and this one. However, so the only difference is that for this one we send in UV, for this one we do not. Or like here we oh, we don't set UV. Or do we? Yeah, we do. Good morning, PG King. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday so far. I would like to merge these two. But Or we could just remove current. We use current here. We only use current here, right? We calculate tangent and normal and tangent. Oh, do we not call this one anymore, or have I commented it out? Yeah, we call this one and we recalculate UV here. Yeah, the idea is that we don't recalculate UV here in the future. We could possibly, let's see, terrain patch, mesh data. Generate base vertex data at index. Oh, that is true. Okay, so initially yeah, when we do the initial generation, we pretty much just generate a plane. And then when we have set all the neighbors and such, that's when we generate the extra stuff. So this one, whoa. Yes, okay, now I remember. This is leftover code from performance checks I think we did. So extremely bad way of doing things. So when we call generate here, we first generate base vertices for the full mesh, and then we generate vertex data bit on heights. Okay, so we could do it like, I think, yeah, let's clean this up. We take this one, move it to here. We don't need to set this one here. We don't need to do this. But the main problem still stands, that we have one method here where we send in UV and one where we don't. In the one with UVs, we set UVs here. So here we set UVs based on what we send in. Here we just set it to be equal to what we already have, and it all comes down to us recreating this one. So what we're gonna do is, I think, I don't want to recreate this one all the time. Can we do it with a public class? And then we do private void calculate normals and recalculate terrain patch mesh data. Do I want to rename this one? Maybe I do. Recalculate mesh data at index. And then I wonder, yeah, this one returns a vector 2. For now, let's do it's some of the mess in this class is also thanks to me not being able to decide on how I want to work with indices. Like get terrain patch, here we have them separate. Get index wrapped returns them as a vector 2 int, but we also have, like, at the base of things we should always be working with one-dimensional indices. So, but it's nice to think about it like a matrix, even though it's just an array. But let's see here. Position normal tangent. And what we want to change here is, so we do it like this, and then we do mesh data at index. We could probably create a method here as well, so we don't need to do multiple calls here. Let's see if this is possible. Attribute descriptor, that's a static method. And finally, set position, normal and tangent. Just set. Oh, come on. And vector 4 tangent. What did I screw up? Oh yeah. Let's just do it like this. Although, I wonder, maybe it's not even possible to work with a class here. Might have, yeah, should have double checked this first. Sad. Okay, let's do it like this then. Oops. Struct. And we want to do, so we shouldn't be able to do, can we do it? Recalculate mesh data at index ij. Let's see if this works. The only problem is the UV, I reckon. So here we calculate UV and probably want to do, is this generate? Yes it is. So although what worries me is this. Let's see. Or could we do oh, come on. This dot position is equal to position. And we also do so here we have UV and then position. Yeah, we want to do vector 3 position is equal to uv.x times was it? Let's see, it was uvx minus 0.5f, I think, multiplied by dimension 0.0. I think. Oh yeah, UVY. Ooh, we need to send in I'm a little bit worried about this still, but let's just see if it flies. I have a feeling we might get into problems, but let's see. Mesh data index is equal to new trim patch mesh data position UV. Something like this. So let's just take a quick look. Yeah, we have an error up here as well. So regenerate. Actually, generate. Recalculate mesh data at index ij. And also we want to call this one here. I think, yeah, let's see what kind of problems we will face. And hopefully no memory leak. Yes. A little bit worried about this. Yes. Although So what if we did, I want to see if this works, equal to new terrain patch mesh data. Position, normal, tangent, and yeah. So we basically have, we create them and then we reset them. But yeah, I think that's okay. We still have the problem with the divide by zero, but we're gonna get to that one. Ooh, we have this problem now. Is that so? Yeah, okay, I think I might know. Oh, yeah, that's another issue, I think. So when we terraform here, I'm a little bit uncertain about this one. But okay, when we terraform here, we get a split here, or we get a hard edge. I think this might very well have to do with... Actually, it shouldn't. So, when we do terraform, we get the terrain patches, then we update the height texture within circle, and then we call update vertex data within circle. So first this one alters the terrain data only. Then we recalculate. This one doesn't seem to recalculate its edge values correctly. Like, this can be because of multiple things, I think. And one of them being this error we get here. So that error is related to this task right here. So maybe it's time to fix that one. Ooh, this one is rough as well. So changing this one, changing the corner. Do we have it? Oops. So, this issue, I think we're gonna, let's see here, let's keep this one as it is now. It's better. Definitely. So why did you reinvent the wheel with the terrain when Unity has done all the hard work for you already and will supposedly maintain it? Yeah, that is going to be a recurring question. And one that I keep asking myself. At the beginning of this task I did a pros and cons by going with Unity's system and just doing myself, and the pros list won. It came down to what is the Unity terrain? It's built for a very general case, right? And it's mostly built for extremely large swaths of terrain. And I want to support smaller terrains with more terraforming, like real-time terraforming. Yeah. And when I looked up this, it was 1 year ago or something like that. I'm also gonna have to support AI agents on my terrain, and the feedback I read from Unity Terrain and AI Agent, or their AI agent solution, didn't really work for my purpose. But yeah, you're definitely correct. Just work with those systems and figure it out. No. Okay, so the problem we're having here is I get it. Like, but when I did the research and I had my game's goals on one hand and tried to apply like whatever other people have been through, it leaned in favor of implementing it myself. But like we're not, in some ways I would say we're reinventing the wheel, but in some ways we're like building a different wheel, right? Yeah. Time was one of the cons. I believe you, I believe you. But it's also like all the things this terrain is going to be used with, like it's a lot of custom functionality. It would be nice to have a little bit of a better vision of what goes on behind the scenes. I get you, and I hear you. Definitely. Okay, so when we alter the terrain patch, let's take a look at this. Alter terrain height texture within circle. We do grid points getter, and here we return a rectangle. This rectangle is it's a rectangle that describes the shape, like it's an indice based rectangle. So we have start index, and then we have width and height. But the biggest problem comes in, I think it's terrain data container, when we do alter terrain data here based on this rectangle. And here we have a brush texture, and we have a brush texture is, this one has a static size. Our rectangle does not. So what we want to do is we want to transform these rectangle indices to UV coordinates, or normalized UV coordinates between 0 and 1. And the way it's currently done is 100% wrong. So this is where we're going to have to fix this. But to be able to do it here, we need more information than we're currently sending in. I'm me. If I would have had a camera now, you could visually see me blush, I think. I appreciate the kind words, and like, believe me, like I want to understand things. So sometimes when I find myself reinventing the wheel, it's because I want to get more understanding of what's going on behind the scenes. And we spoke about it on yesterday's stream, I think it was. So right now we're using, let's see here, Perlin noise texture. So right now we're relying on Unity's noise package, and this is another one of those things. Like, I've been dying to learn more about noise used in procedural generation, so Perlin noise, Voronoi noise, whatever noises you have, and been itching to implement them myself. But this is one of those cases where I were like, there's pretty much no reason for me to re-implement these noise functions when we have this package. So sometimes I decide not to re-implement stuff and rely on what's there. But, you know, Yeah. Like the constraints I have on my terrain, or like the things in the pipeline that are going to use the terrain, are so many and so widely different that I just figured it'd be best if I implement it myself. But you know, maybe not. Like one thing we're gonna feature, we're gonna have a garden component that needs to keep track of statistics over the terrain. Like we need to keep track of how much grass we have, how much water we have, and all those things. And I just figured it would be nicer to, when we fetch and calculate those statistics, it would be nice to know, to have full control over the component holding them. But it takes time, and in type you will run out of time. Yeah, that is definitely true. Yeah. Use your own solution instead of link. Use as less monoscripts as possible. DevBB, good morning. Sebastian Lake's noise is brilliant. Might want. Yeah, I think I've seen that video, by the way. And I've lost many projects because of this. Yep. I can relate. So have I. It's definitely something to keep in mind. Time. Yeah. Hopefully, like I'm still keeping my hopes up. Hopefully, as we progress, adding more components and functionality in relation to this terrain, hopefully we will lean more towards it being a good decision to implement it ourselves instead of the other way. Time is the fire in which we burn, indeed. Oh well. Let's dig this hole a little bit deeper. So, this one, or more specifically, this line right here, 100% entirely wrong. The error we get here is that we divide by 0, because we will have a case where the rectangle has a start point, which we want to alter in one dimension, but it has a width of 0. So we loop through the correct amount, but the division here, so the conversion to normalized UV coordinates, is wrong. So not only do we get an error here because we try to divide with 0, the calculation here is also wrong. Because, or is it? Let's see. Yeah. I will still watch from the sidelines and give hints when I deem necessary. Appreciated, and you're free to do so. Hopefully you won't have to watch from the sidelines when when and if there comes a point where I pivot to the Unity terrain. Hopefully not. DevBB, you're trying to make a City Skylines terrain editor? No. Like, the editing of the terrain is 99%, I would say almost 100% of the time it will be made in-game by the player through the playable character. So we won't see, like, at the start of the game, the player will be given a garden. I will define how the garden looks at the start of the game, and it will look like a trash heap, pretty much. So I will define a initial height map texture, and from there on out, so that's the only time we will have a game developer defined height map of how it looks. From that point on, it's up to the player through the character to terraform it however he or she see fit. Pivot to the Unity terrain, so i.e. throwing away my solution and going back to the Unity terrain. Hopefully that will not happen, but we will see, we'll see. So what we need to send in here, I think, is to properly calculate these, we would do Damn, I wish I had my image from yesterday up again. Let's see if we can recreate it real quick. Fabric, I'm unsubscribing when I see Unity terrain. Okay, then I have a decision to make. That's one more point on the custom terrain solution side. One more pro. Let's see here. Let's create a 16 times 16. Let's go with tileable, whatever. And then we do scale image. Okay. So, actually, let's do it like this. Okay, two different patches. This is two different height maps, patch 1, patch 2. Actually, if we want to make it 100% true to what we have, we should have duplicated this one, but whatever. Have you considered a base scene type scene to formulate the base? Get those singular items locked in. I'm not 100% sure I understand. So you mean like a scene where we have all the base functionality in place, or? Thank you, Fabric, appreciate it. So what we have here is, I want to make this, let's see here. Configure grid, what did we have? Show grid, configure grid. Oh, what might we have here? What did I do? 16 or 1080 divided by, okay, we can't do it there. A 1080 divided by 16, is that the correct one? 67. No, 68. Yeah, okay, so it's 67.5. That's unfortunate. Let's hide this one then and do okay, so it's actually something like this we have, and then we have I'm just gonna separate them by doing this. So we have a line here, I think. Patch 1, patch 2. And when we do a selection, like if we alter this patch, let's say we have our marker here and we try to alter this patch, then we're actually altering two patches because we have vertices here. So the problem with this patch is the rectangle defined for this patch begins here and has a width of, or a height of 3 and a width of 0, and that's what the problem comes from. So when we get the brush UVs here as well. So okay, we can start with the easy rectangle here. When we get the brush UVs, we want to take, actually let's see here. So when we change these pixels, we want to go from 0 to 1 and 0 to 1 in the brush UVs. When we change this terrain, we want to go from 0 and 1 in the Y dimension, and we want to go from 1 to 1 in the X dimension, and that is where the problem starts. So right now our solution works, but only for this case, not for this one, because we do I divided by rect width. So we need to divide by anything else but that pretty much represent this one. We can't do rect width plus 1 because then we get 0 here, although we could do, and we can't do plus 1 here as well because then we don't get the initial pixel. So it's a problem of getting so for this rectangle it actually works. This one, I think. Yeah, because we go up to rect width, rect height. I wonder if we also, so we have a problem here when we set the new height map data, so we don't change it, and I wonder if we also have a problem later on in terrain patch when we do this one. Nah, actually here we do it for all of them. This is a problem we need to solve. Okay, so let's take the scenario where we edit this patch with this rectangle. Then we start at 0, 0, and we have a rect width of 3, or actually 2. 0, 1, 2. Yeah, this is wrong in so many different ways. Yeah, I think I said yesterday that what we actually want is what a shit problem to have. DV Han, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. if we send in, like, okay, I have, like, one approach would be, like, if we could solve it with the information we have, that would be the best, but I'm starting to doubt that that's possible. If we would have both index world space and marker relative defined, that would be better, I think. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the chat, Fabik, but it's okay either way. So the easiest way here would be to create a custom solution to rect_int. Where we keep yeah, Fabik solution looks pretty damn good. But this does not. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so yeah, let's try a custom rect_int, or a custom rectangle class or struct. So instead of creating this, we create our custom one, which holds a little bit more information, and I think I want to call it like Terraform data or something like that. And the good thing is, when we create it here, we can pack a lot of information in it. So we can pack the texture indices that should change, the brush UVs, and we can also pack in the vertex indices. Yeah, I think I want to do it. Why not? Do it like this, and the information I want to have is first of all, I'm gonna implement this solution as we need it now. We're gonna fill it up a little bit down the road. So first of all, it should have I want to go with vector2 int. I'm not entirely sure about the name position here, because we're gonna work with position. For me implies like center origin, but whatever. And I think I want to call it position marker space public vector2 marker space. Is this what I want to do? Discord is such a cluster, you know what? Sometimes. I'm actually a big fan of Discord. Hey Robin, I just want to say that you motivated me to work on my game daily. Glad to hear. Beautiful, beautiful. I finished my game this month and ready to publish it in Pocky. Nice. Good job. Feel free to share it when you have published it, by the way. Get Terraform data from circle, int grid size, float grid delta, vector3 grid offset, origin, circle radius. So it's going to be a lot of what we're already doing in this method, but we're going to pack it differently. But I can start by doing just taking this, whatever we have here, and yeah, we want a struct here as well, public position in marker space. Thank you so much, Non. Appreciate it. It really means a lot. It does. I mean, that was one description I could live without. What the fuck? None, thank you again. Thank you so much again. Appreciate it. And good job with the game. And good luck with the release as well. Yes, so here I want to do a return new Terraform data and new vector2 int x start y start, and then we do a new vector2 int x end minus x start y end minus y start. And finally, for the new ones, position marker space and dimension marker space, then I pretty much want to return circle origin as index. Here I want to return new vector2. So it's pretty much the UVs related to the marker. So it's these values. But I don't want them clamped. Ooh, that's rough. Actually, what the hell? Oh no, that's not true. Ugh. Okay, so basically what we're working with here is if we do, let's say that we have the marker as this. When it comes to this patch, the remaining data will have a rectangle that starts here, and it will have 2 or just 1 in width, I guess, and 3 in height, and it will have the absolute index values. So here we will have, for this one it's 0 in x and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in Y. But when it comes to, we also want this position related to the marker in question, so that's going to be 0.5 and 0. And it will have 0.5 in width and 1 in height in those marker space, so to speak. So there's still a problem with like a lot of things. Because the marker might, we need to remember that the marker might have negative indices. I.e., when we get the start marker position, it's circle origin as index minus radius as index length. And this might result in a negative value. Unfortunately. But we can just, we should be able to simply transform it into like marker object space, I think. Yeah, it's just, it all comes down to could we do, if we do an inverse, we want to do an inverse slurp here. So we basically want to do, we could create a range, circle origin as index. I wonder if we can do, let's see, range circle, or X circle range is equal to new range. I think we can do it like this, but we'll see. So grid offset dot x plus circle origin dot x minus circle radius. But then again, grid offset x circle origin x minus circle radius. This might give us the correct result, but probably not. Or actually, we could do it as ranges. We could do, yeah, let's do circle origin as index. Yeah, let's do this. So X circle range, circle origin as index, minus radius as index length. And we just want X here. And circle what a mess this is, but let's do it. Y. Here we don't need X and Y, and here we want X as well. And we want positive. So now we have a range. So the full circle range, we want it with Y as well. And then we can do, so position here should be, position should be X circle range circle range dot inverse lerp X start Y circle range inverse lerp Y start and as for dimension, we want I don't know if, like, where I come from, like, when I learned English, like, I don't speak it natively, it was always like, sir is something you, it's just a proper way to address someone you don't know, right? So from my point of view, like, I've never thought of it as implying hierarchy. It's more like the proper way to address someone you don't know. Like a nicer way to do it instead of saying dude. Is this the correct way to do this? I think so. I think it is. And when it comes to dimension, however, here I think we want to do pretty sure we want to do this. I'm dying to test this. I'm not sure about it. Slippery slope. I guess it's a lot like it's based on cultural stuff as well, like. And I just remember when I learned English the first time, like, the nice way to address someone you don't know, sir. Okay, I want to try this. I'm skeptical that this is the solution I want. We might we might need to adjust this a tiny bit. But before I try this, unfortunately I need to run AFK real quick. Need to just get something to eat real quick and hang out some clothes to dry. So be right back around 5 minutes. back. Sorry about that. Just needed to get some things done. So let's see. I think maybe that instead of going with circle origin as I'm thinking that maybe I might want to have store some other data than this instead. Like delta, I think. So step size or something like that. I wonder, let's see here. So if we change this one to float, which would probably just be equal to one divided by and then again, yeah, maybe let's go back and now I'm once again developing this as if the size would be different between the dimensions, which will not be the case for this one. Decisions. Let's do marker step sizes. Let's see if we can make it with just one. So that would be, yeah, 1 divided by radius as index length, but times 2. So that means that if we start at this, and then for each index we add this, eventually we would get to 1. I think this is how I want to do it. So that means that in here we do terraform data. Get terraform data from circle and alter terrain data. Here we want to send in terraform data instead. So we need to change this one. and then we can use Terraform data dot dimension dot x dot y, and here we do Terraform data dot position. This one is already an int. So when it comes to these lines, there should be no difference. We have just renamed a couple of variables. And now we get to this one, and we want to use, let's see here, float u is equal to Terraform data dot marker position marker space plus I multiplied by Terraform data marker step size dot x then, or just more like this. Dot x, and float u v is equal to Terraform data position marker space y and then in get pixel by linear here we do u and v. And we have pretty much not used this brush, but we still get the error from calculating new data. So I want to see if we still have an error before we move on using this new data. Although this boggles my mind a tiny bit. So this means that, let's see how it runs. Okay, we're not getting the previous problem, and we can see here that it somewhat works. We still have this problem though, so I wonder if we would terraform this, it works. If we would terraform this, we don't get the correct normals. Okay. So we have a tiny bit of a problem with the indexing still. We don't get any error messages, however, that's good. It's pretty damn quick at terraforming as well. We don't terraform that much data, however, but a few things still worry me. Okay, definitely need to check this. I wonder, let's see here. I think it can have to do, so we might be changing the height data correctly, but then when we do, that's not it. Yeah, what this tells me is there's one thing I should have done to make this way easier to debug, and that would be to create a material which renders the which renders the height map as a texture. Because it seems like the height, one sec. Okay. So here it worked perfectly fine. do we get actually? Yeah, here we go. So everything seems to be working fine except for recalculation of normals in certain cases. And I wonder... Ooh, nah. Yeah, okay, so in specific cases, in some setups, we don't get correct height map updates. So we have updated this height map, but not this one. How's the Discord battle going? So, what this means is that it seems like here we update the get terraform data from circle. This one doesn't return the correct result at the edges sometimes when we're in between two patches. So it could be that terraform data is correct and that we don't alter the height maps correctly, or terraform data is wrong and we actually alter the terrain data correctly. Here we go from 0 to terraform dimension X. hex data index. So here we go from 0, so this position plus this one, it should be, I'm more leaning towards that get terraform data from circle, that we're missing something here. Possibly that this one is, I think it should be correct. So when we have the marker here, it's a -1. So when we have the marker here and we alter the terrain, the height map of this terrain patch doesn't update accordingly here. So but it does in this direction. And that is, okay, that's a negative, or actually did it? No, it didn't. It does now. Is this a rounding error? Could be. Okay, let's see. I'm honestly wondering if, let's see. Yeah, we're using Mesh Collider. In this case, we're not getting this corner here. Could actually just be a problem with the overlap sphere, that we don't collide with this mesh. Or actually, we should be doing it here. Now, so let's see. Yeah, now it works. But if we do it here, okay. So we're doing a... Okay, so this is one error. So when we do overlap sphere here, it doesn't seem to be getting the... Although I wonder, let's see here, scale. Could just be that we don't get the patch in question, but still I have some questions about that. Let's see, we do overlap sphere, we do it with terraform point radius plus error margin, and we do that. Okay, so that's one error. Let's see. Overlap, box, capsule. Maybe we want to go with capsule instead. Then again, how does the visual... Yeah, we don't get any visuals here either. That's unfortunate. I think it's so. Probably want to change that one to a capsule as well. Okay, let's do this. Terraform point radius, Terraform point radius error margin, private float, Terraform point height. So we get the terrain delta here, and I wonder if we want to do Terraform point height is equal to environment controller terrain base. What do we have? We have height range, but it's private. So let's do field get private set. And change this one to public. So we can set it in the Unity editor and we can get the value, but other than that we can only set it within this class. ID Kill Chat, thank you so much for the follow, by the way, I appreciate it. So if we just use this height map, Terraform point height terrain dot height range dot delta, is that enough? So delta is the distance between minimum height and maximum height we can have. That's 10, but we probably need to do 2 times this one as well, because if we, worst case scenario, we have the highest point of a terrain, that's where we have the marker, and right next to that one we have the lowest point of the terrain. So the distance between those are delta, but when we do capsule, overlap capsule, I think we go from the middle, which means that, yeah, just to make sure, so that the offset doesn't screw us up. So physics, here we want to do physics.overlap capsule, I think. And what do we have? We have point, 0.1 and radius, but we have more to choose from. Point 0.1 and radius. Okay, so I guess we want to go back to this one, remove 2, and then we do overlap capsule. 0.0 should be Terraform point okay, so 0.0 is the start and this is the end, so bottom and top, I suppose. So we can do Terraform point plus, what did we call it, height, or Terraform point height times vector 3 down. Terraform point plus Terraform point then we have radius, and we wanted to have a margin, so we do this, and then we just remove this one. So we do all of this on this one. Is this how I want to format it? Looks a bit weird. height range 0 and I don't know if we had 2, but let's go with 5. Five might be a bit too steep. Okay, we still don't get a... What we would like to see here is we want to update. So this height map, the normals here doesn't seem to update accordingly, because we would like to see this kind of normals here as well. Is this still an issue of not... Yes! Yes! I think I know. So we just altered these points. One sec. Yeah, we just altered this. Yeah, we just altered this terrain. So we don't alter these points. And since like they are excluded from the square, which means that these points are also excluded from the square. What I'm getting at here is, I think our radius, yes, when we do overlap, let's see here. Terraform point radius margin is equal to 0.5 terrain delta, yes. So when we altered this one right here, we just get to about here. So this patch is not included, i.e. we don't update the normals of this patch at all. And that's why we see the difference in normals here. I'm pretty sure. This one is also rough. This one talks against what I just said though. Yeah, this sucks. So we alter these vertices, but we don't alter this one. And I think that might be a rounding error. I hope. So I wonder if... I want to recalculate the bounds as well, definitely. So, multiple stuff. Let's see, environment, let's go to a height of 2. 5 is a little bit too much. And let's change... We have an error margin here somewhere. Error margin, let's go with terrain delta. I think. Could this be it? I hope this is the problem. And then I also want to do terrain patch. I want to take recalculate bounds. We want to do this on multiple. We want to do that here as well. But yeah, we're gonna do this later on. Do we want to do it? Yeah. Doesn't seem to be the only issue. Although this one, this is weird one. So if we alter it here, this might give us yeah, so what happens here is that we terraform this one. This one, here we terraform. Let's see. So we're at the end of the X direction. So we terraform the vertices for this patch, because this patch is now included. So, sorta correct with the issue. But we don't terraform these. Definitely not Kesha. What the game is about. It's about taking care of a garden, making it habitable for some creatures, pretty much. Think Viva Pinata. So the maximum index doesn't get included. Interesting. What the fuck? Terraform data position.x plus I goes up to terraform dimension x. So it's equal to this one as well. But it's not included. Grid size here is delta, or actually grid size is resolution So this one is resolution, and I think we should clamp it to resolution -1 because an index of resolution is not correct. Grid size, or the indices should not go above grid size -1, I'm pretty sure. when we do xn minus x start, are we missing one here? So let's say we have a grid size of 16. Let's do x start is equal to 14, radius is equal to 2, that means that we clamp, so we do x start, x end becomes, well, actually let's do circle origin is equal to 14, so x start becomes 12, x end becomes 16, but x end gets clamped to grid size minus 1. Grid size is 16, so it becomes clamped to 15. So step is equal to, what is it, 15 minus 14, 1. That is the length we have. And that's how we want it to be, right? Or actually minus 12. So 3. So then we go 12, 12, 13, 14, 15. And that's what we want, right? Yeah, I think this result. This is weird to say the least. So 12, 3, yeah. Yeah, here we have the same issue. Wowee. So this is positive x, the same as it previously was. So what happens if we go... We get the same issue here in positive z. Do we have the same issue in... in the negative direction? Yes. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, unfortunately I'm gonna have to try and figure this out tomorrow because I need to run now. But love the progress so far. And I think this should be a pretty easy nut to crack tomorrow. Maybe. But, as always, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. And hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.